order about 4 different kinds of donuts.
Okay, I see the, Mickey's little hand is on the 4 and his big hand's on the 12. So we'll call the meeting to order. Members absent, Mr. Barrios is not here tonight. He's somewhere in Mexico?
No, I think it's in Germany.
Germany, yeah. I knew he was out somewhere. Members present, Mrs. Edmiston,
Yep.
Mr. Crosby,
Present?
Mr. Larson, and myself. Any community comments from the full crowd we have here?
Time for closed session.
Thank you. In that case, I'll ask for a motion to enter in closed session.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? We're adjourned to closed session at 4:02. Thank you. Don't anybody go away, we'll be right back.
Yeah, Heather, can you send us the link?
Mr. Crosby, could I
Thank you.
get your attention for a little bit?
Sure. Over there? Sure.
We'll see.
Okay, I think we're ready to call the our meeting to order. We return back to regular session at 5:33. Okay, there's nothing to report out of closed session, and with that, we have a presentation.
Excellent. So, it's my honor as the part of the democratic process is that, voters, they vote in our elected officials. And so I'm very happy to introduce Mr. Larson as our new board member who's returning. So thank you and congratulations. And I think that there's no greater honor than this part right here after the election is to be sworn in. That really says, here's the parts that matter the most about the work that will be done. And about the students and the staff that you're committed to support. So to be able to do the honors today is Mr. Larson's son Edward, and so I'll have Mr. Larson up here with his son and swear him in, and then afterwards we'll have his family come up and we'll do some pictures. And so that's all right. Yep, right there. Perfect.
I, Ken Larson, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservations or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations. Absolutely. Mr. Larson, would you like to introduce your family and we'll get a picture up here?
This is Edward, as I think you heard. This is his wonderful wife, Sarah, and this is one of my other sons, Nathaniel.
Okay. With that, where is
Bless you.
Thank you.
Heather? Heather Conkle, where's she? Heather, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please? Thank you. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. This is our annual organizational meeting of the governing board. First of all, we have appointment of president. Could I get a motion for president?
I would like to move to make Jose Barrios president.
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Appointment of vice president.
I would like to nominate Rosalio Hinojos.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Appointment of clerk.
I would like to nominate Kent Crosby.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
So moved. Appointment of secretary.
I would like to nominate Carl Coles.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
4.5, appointment of representative to their county committee.
I'd like to suggest Rosie as the, or no, wait, excuse me, Jose as the representative.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any discussion? Jose's not here,
So he gets to do it.
so he can't say no.
That is how business gets done.
That's right. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry, Jose. 4.6, appointment of alternate representative to county committee.
I'd like to nominate Rosie as the alternative representative of the county committee.
Is there a second?
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 4.7, our board meeting dates for 2025. We all received the schedule. I'll entertain a motion to approve as presented.
Move to approve?
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes. On the meeting dates for June, the 24th, 26th, and then again July 10th, if you could consider possibly starting earlier in the day to help the people who are at work and travel down the hill.
Sure. And
That's for
then,
the budget?
Pardon me?
Was that for the budget?
No, that was for the meeting times. There's
Yeah, but I
three
mean,
meeting
the-
times when, I'm hoping we can meet during the day instead of in the evening.
yeah, and we can, as we get closer to those dates, we can move any of the dates, the times around. We just have to have a vote, previous, some of the,
So Benny
Previous
suggested keep the dates, but just move the time.
Yeah.
Right.
and then as we get closer to July too, it's also been, we'll leave it here, but sometimes we, don't need July because if we can get some of it done early in June, knocked out those two, we have 3 meetings in June, we've been able to do that too, but we
That's the
can,
only time Rosie gets to sing happy birthday to me, so.
that's it, So we can get that discussed, but we'll accommodate, that as possible as well.
Since school is out,
Yep.
might be more convenient.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Now we have a presentation. Mr. Coles.
Yeah, so it is my honor, with it being the season, for us to be able to be entertained by the University Prep Choir, the Madrigals. So welcome, and we are looking forward to hearing you sing. So if you guys want, you can come up right up here, and the show is all yours.
Hi, I'm Miss Reed. This is just a part of the UP Madrigals. We really have closer to 30 students, but we have 5 here today, and we have some Christmas carols to sing for you. Deck the halls with boughs of holly, la 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 la. 'Tis the season to be jolly, la 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 la. Don me now
Very
That's
nicely
awesome.
done.
Very
One
good.
more, one more.
Good job. Yeah.
So before you leave, I just want to say thank you on behalf of the board and the entire district. You know, from time to time, my blood pressure will go a little higher. And, you know, I just need you guys to follow me around because it instantly just dropped down to like 120/80. So I'm really super impressed. But,
fantastic.
you know, we have these challenge coins and we give them out to our students and staff. You know, we have 3 core values in here. Really, it's about equity, you know, proficiency through mastery of skills, and a focus on results. And no doubt that you are masters at your craft. And so I'd love to say thank you on behalf of the board and just congratulations, and we wish you well during your break. And thank you for coming to sing to us today.
Chris, could we get a picture with the board with the Nadriel?
Yes.
That would be, and the others too.
Good job, ladies. That was awesome.
Fantastic.
That was awesome.
That's great. Okay, smile. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, ladies. Very nicely done, very nicely done.
That was awesome. Okay, moving on. Item 6, Mr. Coles.
Yep. And so, you know, not only we are a district that focuses on, you know, academics, but as you can see, we're also a district about the arts, and we're a district about athletics. And, you know, I'm happy to announce as they start to make their way in here, our Victor Valley High School girls volleyball Division 10 champions. And so they'll be making their way in here in a second. So it was neat as we were getting updates, and I was sending them out to the board, you know, as you get, you know, updates, and I'm still trying to figure out the whole scoring system for volleyball. And I was like, is this, are we leading or are we behind? What does this all mean? But here they come. There it is, look at that.
All right.
So to make this happen, who did you guys have to beat? A lot of people, huh? Now, my understanding is this is a team about resilience too, right? Is, you know, first CIF championship for this group. You guys rocked it. So happy to turn it over to Mr. Casino to say a few words. And
So we'd like to obviously thank Executive Cabinet, the board, for allowing us to come in here and recognize these phenomenal young ladies. Coach Lillard, who came on this season, is also a Victor Valley grad, came back to coach at our alma mater, but really took a group of girls and turned them into a family. And that's what the most important thing is about our school, is turning into a family. And so not only are they CIF champions, but she was also the Division 10 Coach of the Year. So that deserves some applause. Also like to recognize our athletic director, Mr. C.T. Campbell, who is here, who the girls absolutely love, Mr. Campbell. Coach Campbell, give him a round of applause, please. He does an excellent job. Committed to the overall success of our athletic programs at Victor Valley High School. So again, congratulations, Division 10 volleyball champions. These girls did an amazing job, and not only are they phenomenal athletes, but more importantly, they're phenomenal young ladies and phenomenal students, and that's the most important thing to us. So thank you for everything that you ladies do.
All right.
Coach Gamble didn't want to speak because he's very shy, so I spoke for him. So please do not hold that against him.
We don't want him to have the mic anyways. So, here's two things if you haven't heard. Number one is, our district really is about these three values, right? It's about, equity, mastery, and a focus on results. You have all of them, right? You did everything that it took, to make this happen in a season that, I understand that you weren't sure. People were they were doubting, and you made it happen. And I can't be more proud. And if they haven't told you already, the district is going to buy your CIF championship rings. Every one of you. So Shantae over there behind you, she's our budget person, and we keep having a bunch of champions. So she's doing a head count here. That's a lot less than our other champions who have 75 players here. Right after you guys. She's like, this one's manageable. But on behalf of the board, I'd also like to present you with a district's challenge coin that really exemplifies our district's core values, and to say congratulations. And I can't wait till that banner is hung up forever. You are a legacy for Victor Valley High School now, and so congratulations. Congratulations.
And Carl, you did fail to mention that hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? You failed to mention that the coach is a graduate of Victor Valley High School, and her parents work there. So, so her dad works there, so, and her mom used to before she.
You guys down to take a picture? Yeah. Let's do it. Let's have the board behind you, and let's get a picture. We'll follow the directions of
Come on back here and step back this way and that way. We have to, some of them, we're going to have to stand on our toes.
Can you see Chris?
Wait, can we
You can see him.
do a little prop spot? There we go.
the next board, and we're gonna have a whole.
Oh my lord. Okay, everybody look here and smile. You're on the chair. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Coach, I have one last question, Coach. One last question. Is it true that last year the team was 0-12?
Yes.
And you went from 0-12 to CIF champions?
Yes, sir.
Wow. Fantastic. Now you have to shake our hands. Now you have to shake our hands. So congratulations.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Proud of you. You guys did super.
Thank you. Congratulations. We're so proud of you.
Good job,
Taught that first.
Class of 61.
Congratulations.
You guys, thank you for everything.
Congratulations.
You bet.
Congrats, huh?
Thank you guys. Congratulations. We're so excited for you.
You guys are awesome.
I'll shake it again. I'll shake it 3 or 4 times. I'll shake it.
We're so proud of you. We're so proud of you guys. Congratulations. Well done. We're proud of you. Proud of you. So proud of you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Good job. Woo! Good job. Congratulations. Congratulations.
So excited.
Congratulations.
I'm a little young, but
Nice to meet you. Thank you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations.
You guys are doing it too? Let's go.
listen, I'm not run, but I'm figuring it out.
The haircut though, get a little hippie-ish on the side.
Thank you again.
Thanks, guys.
They need the folder.
All right, Jackrabbits. Okay, Mr. Coles, what's next?
Just a small football group of CIF champions. So if we want to grab our team to come in, it's the Silverado Hawks. Another good success story. You know, they had one heck of a season, and as they're starting to walk in here, you know, one heck of a season. And I do attribute it to this. They had an 0-14 record coming into this year, to CIF champions, to the principal, Heather Conkle, saging the field, to ups and downs, and here they come, the Silverado Hawks, CIF champions.
You guys keep going. All right, raise your hand if you did not have this one on your 2024 bingo card. Thank you, me either. All right, this might be the one and only opportunity I have to get to do this, so I actually made some notes, so I'm gonna take a minute. Mr. Cole said I had a good 20 minutes, so we should be just fine. First group I'd like to acknowledge are these kids. I can't tell you what a special group of students and young men these are. This particular group has been through probably more adversity than you'll ever know. While going 0-10 last year, and then 0-3 to start 0, well, you got a playoff lot. Okay, 0-14 since 2022 wasn't great. It really doesn't even tell half the story of what this group collectively has been through. We got asked, Kieran and I did at the regional meeting, what we did to turn it around. And they instantly said, did you get a whole bunch of new players, transfers? And we said, no, actually, what we did is quite the opposite. These kids did not jump the portal at the first sign of adversity. They stayed put, they stayed home, which is rare these days, especially if you're watching the college landscape, the NCAA football landscape. That's unusual in this day and age. And here we are. And so we could not be more proud of them, happy for their families, happy for their community, and happy for all of those guardian angels who are surely looking out for them. Next person I'd like to acknowledge is Mr. Ignacio Garcia, the athletic director. He's been my athletic director. I've been the principal 13 years. He's been the athletic director for 12. And somehow, some way, we have not killed each other yet. Human resources, brace yourself, because I'm sure it's coming one of these days. But also, he and I are the same age. Actually, he's older by 4 months. And we're getting older, which means we're getting closer to retirement. And for a while there, we thought we weren't ever going to get one of these. And we thought, you know what, if it's not this year, it may never be before we see the end of our careers. And so Mr. Garcia holds it down at Silverado's athletic world and has done so for 12 years. But again, moral of the story and the theme here is consistency is key, right? And so for that, we are very thankful and grateful to Mr. Garcia, athletic director, for 12 years, and probably, what do we got, 7 more? Maybe 5, maybe 6, I don't know. We'll see what happens. And then last but certainly not least, before I turn it over to him, I'd like to acknowledge head coach Kieran Jones. Many people don't know that, and I don't know that the coach of the year has been announced yet for us, but he's our coach of the year, so who cares what they vote. He and I have been doing this football thing actually for 20 years now. When we were youth presidents of our respective leagues, he was Adelanto Saints and I was Snowline Diamondbacks. Monday nights, we used to have to go halfway to Tehachapi to Four Corners to have board meetings. And I don't know if you had asked us 20 years ago if we would have ever imagined that we'd be standing here tonight. Maybe he knew it. I don't know that I did. I remember when I first got the job at Silverado, he turned to his coaching colleagues and said, "Oh boy, you guys are in for it now." But at any rate, all of that just makes this whole situation just super special. And I'm not going to lie, a little bit surreal still. And we just really could not be happier and more proud of this group of kids. They're on the Stanley Cup tour with their trophies. They got to go to the city council meeting on Tuesday where they were presented with the whole actual street sign declaring Silverado Day on November 30th every year. So just really been an awesome experience for the kids and the adults and the families that come along with them. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kieran Jones. But thank you very much to the board, to the executive cabinet, and all the members for having us here tonight.
She should have let me go first. I have to follow that. First off, thank you, Mr. Coles, Board of Trustees, for you guys' support. To echo something she said, I think we have the greatest administration in the High Desert at Silverado, with our principal and our AD. They have done nothing but support our football program and all the programs there. And the Board of Trustees, some of you members kind of emailed me throughout our run. You guys really don't know how much those words of encouragement means to our football team. I think you guys do such a great job supporting our student athletes. I just can't thank you guys enough. Again, just thank you. Just for blessing us with great kids in this district. You know what I'm saying? We have the easy part. We come here and coach, and these young men go out and they play. And they play hard for us. They play hard for our school. They play hard for our district. So I'm thankful that we were able to represent you guys in a great way and bring you guys home a football championship. Thank you.
You guys are a little taller than the volleyball team. Throw that out there. You know, I was at that game, pacing up and down the sidelines and watching you all, and the story is absolutely incredible. And it's a story that I can see a movie down the road. You know, to go from where you were at all the way to CIF champions is an understatement. It's not about the championship. It's about the friendship. It's about the brotherhood. It's much deeper than what happened. And when you look to your left and when you look to your right, that's forever, right? That legacy that you put together is a model for so many people beyond football. Okay, and so I just, you know, as a leader, I just want to say thank you for teaching me something. You know, your game started at 7 o'clock. Okay, and it was at 9:16 that Miss Pauling send me a text message, and let me read it to you. It says, "Shantae better start setting aside money for those rings." We're gonna buy all your rings, and I think it was at 9:17 that I looked on the field and Chase was doing this to me. I couldn't be more proud as a superintendent for what you have done this year. I can't wait to be at your banquet that will be coming up, where we'll be able to give you your rings and the district's challenge coins. And you know what? You just keep riding on this moment. And the best part is not only your athletes, but first of all, your student athletes. And don't ever forget that. Your student athletes, and you matter a lot, and what you accomplished is nothing short of remarkable. And I can't be more proud of Silverado Hawks this year and your entire administration, coaching staff, and everything that you guys went through. You know what's happened. And so congratulations on being CIF champions. Nice job. We're going to attempt to take a picture, but some of you are going to have to.
That's probably probably needs to come around. Yeah, they should come around. Yeah.
We'll have you guys come out.
Maybe they want to come around the camera. Maybe
Everybody short.
I don't care.
Let's see, can you see it?
We're going to focus on Chris first.
Oh, come on, you're hiding.
Good. We have a view.
They don't look right here.
We
Look
can
right
see.
here. Smile. Look right, keep looking right there. Okay, now give me a minute. You guys go ahead and take some. All right, everybody. Okay. Yay. Smile, everybody. All right, thank
You been good? The ducks get up.
right there. Everybody look right
Oh, Rosie.
Is the student advisory?
Oh, I think he's okay.
Okay.
Oh, Chalet!
Janitor.
Yeah, I see where the football team got the janitor's car.
We lost Kent somewhere. Okay, well, that was awesome. That was awesome. Okay, we're up to public comments. First of all, we have our Student Advisory Committee report. This is Camelia Williams and Jayshawn Stone from Victor Valley High School. All right.
So, you know, as you meet, we have the Superintendent Advisory Group. It's a great group. As those who've attended absolutely know that this group is not shy at all, and they just spill the tea really fast, you know, about what's going on. And I can't be more honored to be able to meet with these students once a month, because what it really does is it gives us a student view of what's really happening at school.
You bet.
We have an adult view. They're not shy at all, so welcome, and Mike's all yours.
Yeah, if I could just ask you if you could make sure you speak into the mic so everybody can hear you, that'd be great. Thank you.
My name is Carmela Williams. I'm one of the representatives for Victor, and we will be talking about our past meeting in November. During November, we talked about a lot of different things, such as the drug usage and problems in our schools. We've talked about bathrooms, smoking, other habits, and stuff like that. We have talked about graffiti and other lots of things. But a problem that really stood out to me was the drug usage and the safety of our students. Drug usage is a big problem in our school, not only our school, but other schools in the district. It has been reported that 2.8 million students have been reported smoking in just 2023 alone. But as a committee, we started to ask why. Why are the students smoking? Why are the students doing this? Why are the students doing that? But upon talking with the people, we realized that it's not just them. It's the reasons. Some of the reasons are to relieve stress, or their family does it, or the people that hang around just to be cool or something like that. And we've learned to not judge the student based off what they do, but also judge the parent. The parent.
There you go.
You want to say that one more time?
Judge the parent. Okay, hear me out though. There's some students that go to our school where parents do provide that stuff to them.
Yeah.
Why is the parent providing that for them? They know what the parent knows what will happen to the student's body because they are undeveloped. The human body don't stop developing like 21. Like 21. The human body doesn't really stop developing until like your age of 21. I forgot what I was gonna say.
You didn't have no problem at the luncheon the other day.
The lunch?
Yeah, when we got together for the meeting, you guys were you were telling us everything that was wrong over there and how we were going to correct it. Oh, you guys were awesome.
Yeah, the school lunch is a big problem too. Like, for example, my friend's in my 5th period, and he'd be sitting here talking about something like, there's not enough of the good food for us, or how people in the line, they be pushing, shoving, stuff like that. Like, just last year, I think it was, some girl, like, bumped into some other girl trying to cut the lunch line, and she got slammed on her head by the other girl. All because she asked if she could say, excuse me. And people sit here and laugh and talk about it's not that serious a situation, but there's other things that come to it. For like, my other friend is also in my 5th period. Like, she talks about her autism, stuff like that. How like if she doesn't get the nutrition that she needs, she gets overwhelmed and stuff like. She gets overwhelmed and doesn't know how to act correctly. But then she also talked about how students can get a 4.0 card to skip lunch as a reward, but she can't get anything to help her autism and her the way she eats. But back to the subject of drug matter and stuff like that. Parents, they do provide some stuff for the students, but they also the real question is like selling. Selling's a big problem in our school personally, and I think it was Adelanto as well. Students, there's multiple ways to get to it. Like, for example, you have a cell phone. Most people have an Instagram account. There's people who post on pages talking about selling, where to meet, where to do this, and then they don't really care on their morals, so they'll be selling it to a 13-year-old, a 12-year-old. They don't care. There is a 6.7% that 5th graders and 6th graders are smoking, and that was from this year, 2024. But you still have to ask why. Why are the students smoking at such a young age, 10, 11, 12? Do they not know what's happening to their body? Dr. Yee asked a question. She asked, why would a student smoke weed and vape but not take fentanyl? And that nobody could really answer that. Well, people say, well, it kills. Weed lowers your IQ by 8% the more you smoke. And vaping, it causes it's what metal? It's metal. Metal in your lungs, and it causes like a stunt growth within your lungs and other organs. But do people really know the cause of that? Why don't they? They're not educated enough. We try our best when we do catch our students smoking and vaping, but nobody really teaches them about that. But why? Nobody wants to take the time out. Why? Are they not educated enough? Nobody can ask nobody can ask continuous questions of why. Nobody wants to know. They just want to use it as a way to relieve their stress, their problems. They don't care about what happens to their body, stuff like that. But why? Nobody can answer why, but they were always told to keep asking why. But then another problem on our school is the safety of students. No, was it Adelanto or did they have a drill? Adelanto, they didn't have any like fire drills, earthquake drills, lockdown drills. But why? They said that it takes time out of their learning. Is your safety not important? Nobody knows. They feel like they have to risk their lives in order to learn something new. Should that not be a part of their learning? Should that not be a part of their learning? Should they not know how to protect themselves? In situations, people ask, like, what happens if an intruder did come on campus? What are they supposed to do? They don't know. From elementary to high school, I've noticed that we've decreased in different drills. In elementary, we did like a drill, like we did like about 5 drills every month. Middle school, we only did drills during fights and every so often for the Great California Stakeout. Now we have like 1 to 2 lockdown drills. We have the Great California Stakeout, and then we have quite a few fire drills, but because where we're located in the desert. And then with other things that happen on campus, with our metal detectors, our new metal detectors, things can still happen. Like there was a situation a few weeks ago that happened at Victor right across the street. And I knew that person. He knew that person. And it was said that some of the students, that the student did have it on campus, or that his brother had brought it from home right during school, right before school ended. And one of the friends that he was the second victim, he wasn't the aggressor. I believe he wasn't the aggressor. He was there. He was the second person, and his story was, "Oh, I tried to stop it." Why is he getting hurt from trying to stop a situation that he had no cause in? Why is his safety at risk for trying to help another student? Why did it take so long for us to get help? Why are the students sitting here recording, thinking it's funny, not understanding the serious matter that's going on? We had our athletic trainer help him and the other student before the police got the chance to. Why is his safety at risk? Why is the other student's safety at risk? What if he had brought something else? How many people would have been in danger now? How quickly would have the police showed up? There's so many why questions to it that can't be answered, and nobody really wants to take time out to know that. Nobody wants to take time out to answer. But we're supposed to feel safe in school. We take a test every year or every semester, I forgot which one, and it asks, do you feel safe to school on a scale of 1 to 5? Do they actually take those thoughts into consideration? Do they ask why the students they don't feel safe? Or do they just use it to show statistics? Nobody can answer that question. They feel that they have a choice. They feel like they have to have a choice between feeling safe at school or protecting themselves. They shouldn't have to fight or flight. That's a real fight or flight. They should know what's going on. They should know what they should do in situations, but most people don't. Earthquake drill. What happens if an earthquake was to really take place? Half of our students wouldn't know what's happening. What happened if an intruder came on campus? We had a lockdown. I think it was a drill last year, and no, it was somebody had claimed that somebody broke on campus, and even the teachers were freaking out. The students, they didn't take it seriously. They never take it seriously because it's like, oh well, why are they acting like that? Do they not take the matter of the situation serious? Do they not care? Nobody can answer these questions, I feel. But during the committee, I feel like as a group we can help each other figure out different situations, help figure out what different problems. Like Atlanta, they talked to their people and they finally had a fire drill. But I feel like it shouldn't take that long. It should never have to take that long just to learn how to protect yourself in a fire, how to protect yourself in a school shooting, how to protect yourself in an earthquake. We lack the skills moving forward with school. There's no reason why we should go from 5 drills every month to once or twice every month. Why are we lacking this? Why are the students not feeling safe? Is it fights? Is it gangs? Nobody knows. Nobody wants to answer because they're scared. Why are they scared? They don't trust school. Why don't they trust school? It's a constant loop that nobody can get to the bottom of, and I feel like it's a never-ending rabbit hole.
Hi, my name is Jay Sean, and one of the things that caught my ear at the committee was when we talk about the racial slurs. Oh, can you hear me? Okay. We talk about racial slurs, so it was something like, why are people still using the N-word and other people are using certain words? And one thing that I noticed is like, it's kind of like a chain reaction when you hear a certain group of people, they just start using that word and keep going as it go. But I feel like in the meeting we was talking about what we could do to make that word, certain words or words disappear. And we were saying how people could, some people could show other people it's different words to use than that certain word, like the N-word or other words. And I feel like if a group of people start not using that word, it will start a chain reaction between not using that word. So for example, if you see a principal picking up trash at lunch or something, that'll start a chain reaction for kids to pick up trash because they see that principal saying he's not hired to know other person on campus at that moment. And another topic that we talked about was our main issues about fights, like why are they happening and where are they happening and what's the cause of them. And the reason why we were saying is because of online issues or instigating from class to class, and it caused issues between the fight happening right after school. And we said that we should try to limit what we could do and have. If someone is afraid to fight, because some people don't want to fight, they just have to because it's they're stuck in that moment. They can't go nowhere and find nowhere. So we was talking about starting the area where you could go to feel safe, where you won't get in trouble or you won't be picked on and that else. Yeah, that's all I have.
Meeting with, yeah. Meeting with all of you is really powerful because it helps to give the lens in which you guys see things so that we can make a difference. Behind you is our chief of police, and he was at the meeting too. And just to be able to hear and to be able to talk through it and for us to hear from your perspective continues to help us get better and better. We're never going to be perfect, but what we can never not do is to listen to you, right? There's 12,500 of you. You outnumber us 10 to 1. We need to listen. And so I really appreciate meeting with you. I appreciate your time today. And thank you so much for being able to share the honesty and the vulnerability you have with the board. So thank you so much.
Can I add a comment? Not the meeting that we had this week, but the meeting in November. Carmela, I noticed that you and Parker did something really nice. The big trash bucket, everyone was throwing their trash in from their lunch, and the bag got loose, but the trash just got on the bag, and it would have made a huge mess for the custodian to clean up because the liquid would have gotten inside the plastic can instead of the plastic bag. And I noticed that you and Parker took some trash out, put the bag where it belonged, put the trash in, and it wasn't asked of you. You just did it because it was the right thing to do. You didn't leave it for someone else to clean up. You just took the initiative, and I'm very proud of you.
Yeah, I'd also like to add that, is Chris still here? Casino? Oh, there he is, back in the back. Hey, listen, you'd be proud of these two young folks here because they brought up the bond. The bonds that just got passed, and how's that money going to be used? And so Mr. Coles was explaining to the students how it's going to be used, and they took some good notes for you. So, yeah, they really want to know what we're going to do and how it's going to fix Victor Valley High School.
Don't worry, I went up to his office that same day.
Good for you.
And I told him. I sat there, I pulled out the notes and everything.
Well, I can tell you, I walked those hallways myself in 1961, and I go through there and walk through there, and they still look the same. So yeah, you need some work to be done there. So thank you for being here, and thank you for your report. And I know that both Mr. Cole and Dr. Yee took some good notes, and I know that they'll look into all those things that were brought up at that meeting. Thank you. Okay, public comments. Mr. Coles.
All right, if you wish to address the board on any topic, including any item on the agenda, please submit your comments to the board president by completing a request to address the board card prior to the meeting and submitting it to the assistant to the superintendent. The president will recognize those who desire to speak, either during the public comment section of the agenda or before a particular agenda item. Each speaker should move quickly to the microphone and announce your name before beginning your presentation. Meetings are taped for later transcription. Each speaker is allocated a maximum of 3 minutes. The president may choose to limit each topic to 10, no more than 20 minutes, if substantial numbers of people wish to address the board on one topic. Testimony should be brief and to the point. Speakers should not repeat testimony already presented. Board action may not legally be taken on any item not specifically listed on the agenda. The board may ask that such items be placed on the next agenda for consideration. Testimony is not protected from damage, claims, or for slander. Public charges or allegations may result in legal action being brought by those individuals. The board values constructive community comments and suggestions, and it welcomes your participation in the democratic process.
Thank you. With that, first up is Mr. Gillespie, Principal of Options for Youth, Victorville.
Thank you. Tough acts to follow tonight. But Mr. Coles, Executive Cabinet, and board members, I just wanted to invite you all to our winter graduation. It's coming up on Friday, January 10th. Check-in is at 5 o'clock. Ceremony begins at 6, and it's over at the High Desert Church in Victorville. If you could please just RSVP to me if you plan on attending, and we'll have a spot for you. And I have a flyer each of you should have received. So thank you, and I just wish everyone a happy holiday season and a safe holiday season. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Gillespie.
Brian, was that it? Was that it? Oh, I see it. This one here then. Yes. Okay, super.
Yeah, thank you. Okay. Brianna Hunt, VVTA.
Hello. I haven't been able to come yet this year to one of the meetings, so I just want to come and say that overall, for Sped Life, we're really thankful for having Larry here for the first time in like 6 years since I've had my position in the union for Sped Committee Chair. People really feel like they're going to be heard when they bring up their concerns and stuff. Larry's brought our job alikes, and those are going really well. People feel like we actually have an understanding of what's going on, and then we also have our task force. So we're just really thankful, and we want to say thank you for you guys actually taking our concerns into consideration now and really pushing forward on getting some of those things resolved.
Thanks, Brianna. We have Clayton Moore.
All right, well, good evening, everybody. Can you hear me in this thing?
You bet.
All right, well, hey, sorry I didn't see everybody in Anaheim. I was in Anaheim recently at the California School Board Association Conference, but I'm just representing myself here tonight. And we learned a lot of things at the conference about the future that's coming in AI. And I've got my eye on that and how that's affecting our district. And we have the legal updates that we heard at some of that conference are part of the policies that we're working on. And I just wanted to congratulate you guys on winning your Golden Bell for the Heritage and Legacy programs that were recognized at the conference. And as a teacher, I get to see some of those students at the high schools I get to visit, and I'm sure it makes a difference for them, and we appreciate your support of that, and congratulations.
Thank you. Isn't he board member at Victor Valley Elementary? Victor Elementary?
As is Dr. Elder.
Yeah.
So we have two of them. So you're not breaking the Brown Act.
And Clayton Moore, wasn't that the name of the Lone Ranger?
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
Got a star on Hollywood Boulevard.
Yeah. All right. Okay, bargaining units report. First up is VBTA report. Mike?
Hello, board. My name is Mike Mayo. I'm Victor Valley Teachers Association president. Thank you, board, for having me here today. I really appreciate it. I want to go ahead and first welcome Ken Larson to the district. Welcome back to the district. I know you were a board member here previously years ago. That was before I usually even attended board meetings. Now I attend them all the time because they're so much fun. Actually, it was kind of nice. A lot of singing and stuff this time. It was great. There are some things that I know that we have to continue to work towards. I know we're working on community schools. As Brianna mentioned, we're also working on special education constantly. There have been some days when it's like that is absorbing most of the day for me. And that just means that that's where we have to target certain things, just like we do on curriculum. We target certain students who need certain needs. And so it's the same thing with objectives that we have as an association and as a district. Let's see. I'd like to say thank you for having me at the CSBA again. Unusual for districts to be taking their association leaders. Tanya's there too. And it's great because we're able to experience the same things that a lot of times we don't get to experience. And it's great because it's almost like you're that secret association person out there. As far as they know, I'm just an HR guy who doesn't dress very well. They don't know any better. And so it's kind of nice. And so I get to kind of hear things from them. It's nice. Wonderful. I do want to say thank you for the presentation. That's Mike Lillard. So Mike Lillard, Chris Casino, Ramona Yee, Carl Coles. You did a great job. You represented Victor Valley Union High School District really well. All right. Now, HD board members lunch. Now that you've invited me to CSBA, I need to invite the board members to a lunch. You should have already received that in your emails. If you did not, that's okay. Penny was nice enough to make me copies, and now you all have a physical copy with the QR code. So that will be on January 11th at 12 o'clock. It is a Saturday, but hey, we have fun. It really is a nice time for us just to get together, and you can also see other board members. It's possible maybe a couple of board members who are here tonight will be there too. And okay, something I wasn't going to add, but because it was mentioned, about students' welfare and safety. I know that was mentioned tonight and how that becomes a really important piece. Even when they mentioned vaping, smoking cigarettes and things, I think a lot of it can come down to students recognizing what can affect their body, and sometimes it's just not taking it seriously unless you hear it from others, or you're actually working on it. And so as an example, just really fast, I'm not saying everybody has to do this, I'm just saying that as an example, in my class, I know I had heard students talk about vaping specifically as an issue in class. Because I'm an English teacher, it's very easy for me to be versatile and kind of move and restructure a lesson if necessary. And so for that particular class, when we were covering argumentative essays, I was able to show them and actually create my own kind of exemplar sort of argumentative essays, so then they can apply it to their own. And mine was dealing with something that was not on the topic of theirs, but at least now they're learning about vaping. And the argument that I had set forward was not to tell students not to vape. The argument that I was really making, and they had to actually address that. So what am I really arguing in the essay? And that argument was that we at the secondary school level, and I don't know, maybe even at the elementary school level at this point, need to start actually advocating for that in our own lessons. So in that lesson, I was actually advocating it at the same time I was trying to teach it to them. And so considering some of that stuff in our curriculum, I think would be really important, and maybe as an association kind of think about what do we do then to try to help with students' physical and mental health. All right, everybody, I hope you have an excellent holiday, and whether or not you're celebrating the holidays, if you don't celebrate the holidays, enjoy your break, and we'll look forward to seeing you guys next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike. CSEA, Tanya.
Good evening, board members, cabinet, and community members. As we gather tonight to say for the final meeting of the year, I want to take a moment to reflect on the collaboration, support, and dedication we've shared throughout this year. It has been an honor to serve as the president of CSCA, and I'm proud of the progress that we've made together. I'd like to express my gratitude to the board members and cabinet for the support and participation in the classified employee appreciation luncheon we had last week. Recognizing and celebrating classified's hard work, commitment means so much to us, not only personally, but to every classified employee who serves the district with dedication and pride. I'd also like to thank the classified employees for their effort you put in every day. Whether seen or unseen, your work makes a difference. As the year comes to a close, I want to wish everyone a happy holiday season filled with peace, rest, time spent with loved ones. May this break be an opportunity to recharge, reflect on the success we've achieved together. I look forward to continuing our work in the new year as we build on the foundations we've tackled, and further our strength and collaboration for the betterment of the staff, community, schools, and our students. Thank you once again for your dedication, and I wish you all a safe and happy holiday.
Thanks, Tanya.
Tanya, I know you don't like to be on the spotlight. I can already see it in your face, but I know you and Paul just got married, and so I just want to wish you and Paul a lifetime of happiness, and just want to say congratulations, Tanya.
Yeah. Okay, moving on with our consent items. Entertain a motion to approve items 9.2 through 12.6.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? So moved. Item 13, our 13.1, first interim financial report. I'll entertain a motion for approval.
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. And Shante.
Good evening. Good evening, board, staff, community members. So tonight I will give you our first interim budget update. This update is these are the changes that we've made in our budget, primarily our general fund budget, since we adopted back in June.
Those are quite interesting.
It's just for the dramatic effects.
Next slide, please. Okay. So first, I'm going to just go over the primary assumptions that we are operating from for our general fund budget. So for 24-25, our cost of living adjustment, or COLA, as we refer to it, was 1.07%. Current enrollment is 11,582 students. Our ADA is projected at 93%, or 10,771 students. And then we are also assuming that Proposition 98 will be fully funded. Next slide. So our cost of living adjustment, as I mentioned, for the current year is 1.07%, or a little bit over $1.8 million. In our multi-year projection model, we are projecting 2.46% for 2025-26, or $4.3 million, and 3.10% for 26-27, at nearly $5.7 million. Next slide. So enrollment in AGA. So one change that we've made since our adopted budget is that we are holding enrollment flat. At the adopted budget, we were projecting a 1% increase in enrollment for the current and the 2 subsequent years. But as we have learned, that we have essentially come in flat, only about 22 students over our enrollment over last year. So we are taking a more conservative, making a more conservative assumption there and holding that enrollment flat. And then we'll see how that affects our LCFF revenue in the following slides. Our UPP, or our unduplicated pupil count, It's still near around 80%, or about 9,266 students. And again, as I mentioned, we are projecting ADA at 93, that should be 93%, I'm sorry, that's a typo on there. It's worth noting that at adopted budget, we were actually projecting ADA at 92%, so that is up 1 percentage point. And so that obviously also impacted our LCFF revenue. Next slide. So LCFF revenue. At adopted budget, we were projecting the current year at $175,192,000. At the first interim, we are projecting at over $179 million, so a change of $4.5 million. But I need to make a special note about this change. $4.3 million of that change is actually due to an audit appeal that we won for the 2021-22 school year. In that year, we had $4.3 million of ADA disqualified for our virtual academy program. We just learned in the middle of November that that appeal has been approved, and the CDE is recommending that the Department of Finance actually give us those funds. So we will see that come in as prior year revenue. So that's $4.3 million of that change there. The other couple $100,000 is the fallout between holding enrollment flat and increasing ADA that actually netted us a couple $100,000. So for the next couple years, for 25-26 and 26-27, you'll see that we have projected a lower LCFF revenue, and again, that's primarily due to holding enrollment flat and not projecting a percent increase. We know at second interim and probably by adopted budget, we will be revisiting that data. And then as we progress through these couple years, we may see a change in our enrollment assumptions. Next slide. Oh, goodness. Well, luckily you guys have this in front of you. So this is the unrestricted multi-year projection. I tried to make it bigger by separating restricted and unrestricted. Sorry about that. But essentially, what we primarily focus on is how will we end the year? What will our reserves be, and what would that percentage be? So we are projecting for the current year that we'll come in at a percentage of 23.37%, or nearly $53 million of undesignated reserves. Over the next 2 years, we see that reserve continue to be spent down. Next year, we're projecting reserves at a little bit over 17.5%, or $37 million. And then in our current third year out, we're projecting our reserve level to be at 9.75%, or a little bit over $17.5 million. The reason that we continue to see a decrease in our reserves is because we are the one-time COVID funds that we received primarily through the ESSER 3 funds have expired. Those funds expired on September 30th, 2024. As a result of that, we have had to absorb those ongoing costs that we were previously paying with those one-time funds into our unrestricted budget. And so that is what we call, quote unquote, the fallout of those changes. Next slide. So our next slide is our restricted multi-year projection. So similar to our unrestricted, what we'll note here, if you look at that line that says restricted reserve balance 9740, in the current year, we're projecting a restricted reserve balance of about $34 million. In the subsequent 2 years, that balance is a little bit over $25 million. Now, again, a reason for that decrease is because those one-time funds are going out, they are expiring, and so what we have left is our restricted ongoing budgets. And so that's like our title programs. The largest chunk of that is our title programs and some of our other grants, such as Strong Workforce, other CTE grants. So that's why we see that decline, because those one-time dollars are going, and then what you see left is our ongoing restricted. Next slide. Okay, so the change in our budget, our current year budgets, from adopted to interim, this is just a breakout of those changes. As we've already discussed, the largest one is that $4 million change in LCFF revenue. But you also see significant decreases in our federal and state revenue for a net total revenue decrease of 2.7 million. Again, those decreases in the decreases in federal and state revenue is because we have now closed the books for our prior year. Our audit is complete, and so now we know what our true carry forward money is in those funds. And so that represents the adjustment of all of the work we've done for the audit. And then for expenses as a total, we see a total decrease of nearly $1.4 million. Again, we have our ending fund balance. The net of all these changes really results in a change of just 0.74% for our reserves, so less than 1%, or an amount of $1.6 million. So we often consider that to kind of be like the fallout. Like, what is the result after you've done your projections, you've adopted your budget, but then you go through your audit? What's the result of that? And so really the result of that is a positive change of $1.6 million for us. Next slide. So this slide just focuses in really on just the reserves itself, and it again just breaks out that change, but it breaks it out over the multiple years. So for 24-25, we've already discussed, well, that change is at 0.74%. For 26, excuse me, that change is a negative 2.17%, and for 26-27, that change is a negative 1%. And that change, again, is primarily driven by the assumptions that we made about enrollment, holding it flat instead of it growing at 1%. That reflects what that fallout is. Next slide. So we do have a lot of other funds in the district. We primarily talk about and focus on our general fund, which is Fund 01, but we have a total of $46 million in other funds. Those funds include our Adult Education Fund, Nutrition Services, Deferred Maintenance, Fund 17, which is a special reserve that was set up for textbooks, and Building Fund. So one thing to note about the Building Fund, currently we have $387,000 in there. That was residual money that was remaining from our 2008 GO bond. You'll see in the revenue column, we're projecting $60 million to come in this year, and that is due to the bonds that were just recently passed this past November. Then we also have the Fund 25 Capital Facilities Fund. That is a special fund where our developer fees go into. And so we've started the year at $9.7 million there. And then Fund 40 is our special reserve for construction. That is the fund where we make a contribution from our general fund every year of $3 million. Those are redevelopment funds that are flowing through, and they are specifically for facilities projects. We began the year at around $18.5 million in that fund. And then lastly, we have our OPEB trust. Our OPEB trust was a fund that was set aside to fund retirement, future retiree liabilities related to their health insurance. There was a point in time where we were contributing money to that fund on an annual basis. Although we're no longer contributing, that fund does still have $9 million in it, and so the revenue that we see there is just how the fund performs in the stock market, and is bringing in revenue. The expenses is just the management of those funds. So total, we've started the year again at nearly $47 million. We're projecting a balance of $98 million at the end of the year, but that's mostly just due to that big influx of bond funds that we expect to come in, and that will be spent down over time. Next slide. So the few things that we're considering, especially between now and our second interim update, so the fact that the governor's budget workshop will be taking place January 22nd, 2025. So at that workshop, we will get, the most updated state budget information. We'll probably get a firmer COLA number, like what is that coming in at, and then any other changes related to the state budget, how their revenues are performing, et cetera. Inflation is predicted to continue to rise. So we have to keep that in mind because that's just going to continue to add pressure to our estimated expenditures. And we have to be cognizant that the COLA rates that we are using and are projecting for 25-26 and 26-27 can change considerably, over time. So we just always want to keep that in mind when we're working through these projections and most likely take a conservative approach to those assumptions. And lastly, unrestricted definite spending just continues to increase. And again, that's because of the expiration of all of that one-time funding that we had. Over the next couple years, we'll see all of that funding expire. By 27-28, as we start to look out there, and as we already have started working on our budget models for that year, all of those one-time dollars that we have had over the last few years will have expired by then. So then we're really just kind of like at our base point. These are our dollars. This is what we're working with. Next slide. Okay, so this is a statutory requirement. Interim reports provide an opportunity to reflect on changes since budget adoption, and revised certifications must be certified. There are 3 possible certifications for interim reports. Positive certification, which means the district will meet financial obligations for the current and 2 subsequent years. Qualified, which means the district may not meet financial obligations in the current and 2 subsequent years. Or negative, the district will not meet financial obligations in current and 1 subsequent fiscal year. So we are happy to present, and we're happy to request that you certify tonight a positive certification that the district will meet its financial obligations in the current and 2 subsequent years. Next step. So the next step is for you guys to approve, and then from this approval, we will continue to review and work on our projections, and we will be coming to you guys in March with our second interim presentation. Next slide. Are there any questions?
Not really a question, but I appreciate your honesty again, you know that, with this budget. And I appreciate the fact that you addressed the deficit spending, not deficit budgeting. And we're not budgeting to go broke, but because of the one-time monies that we're going to, otherwise we'd have continue with this immorally high ending fund budget, which those times are over with. So thank you very much for pointing that out and keeping us on tact on that. Realize those monies are gone and we won't be able to have those in the future, but we know that we have things that we have to do. So thank you very much for that. I appreciate it.
Any other questions?
No?
Not? Yeah, thank you, Shantae.
Before you guys vote on this, I just, before Shantae goes to sit down, I think one of the big things is, and I always kind of look at first interim. First interim is the appetizer as we prepare for second interim. And really what you're looking at in first interim is how well you did with your budget adoption to how you're doing in terms of this first interim. And coming under 1%, phenomenal. And so that transparency and that budgeting and you buying all those rings and we still did it, it had done it. But I don't want that to go unnoticed, Shantae, to you and your entire team.
Yep.
And I want to say thank you. The time that you spent this last week with the unions and cabinet, going over the budget in detail, answering questions, and really having an understanding that this budget, it's not a 30-year mortgage. It's a living and breathing document, and the relationships will always be more important than the numbers. And because we're going to go through things in the good times and the bad times, and we can't do that without the level of transparency from you and your team. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. 14.1, contracts.
So moved.
Is there a second? Discussion. Dr. Yee.
So, good evening, Board of Trustees. Last year, we began the process of updating all of our cameras to Verkada cameras at all of our school sites. The purchase of these additional 181 cameras will now complete Adelantos. So you have 40 of them going to Adelantos. The rest of them will go to our warehouse and district offices and so forth, transportation. We are really excited. Sites have really appreciated the new technology and what it's capable of, and to really support the safety of their schools. So we really appreciate your consideration to approve these cameras so we can finish that project.
I just have one question. Who monitors the cameras?
Principals, administration, safety, so
So they're set up in different offices?
and different look at the video and the laptop, and they're in the offices so they can monitor them.
And I may just point out that although they're not monitored all the time, I mean, but if something goes down, you can refer to them, and so you can call them back up. So there's not somebody sitting there watching the screen the whole time. Something can happen, but we can go back to it, we can look and see what happens.
Yes,
And
correct.
That's very beneficial.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions? Not all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. Human Resources, 15.1, Certificated Personnel Report. Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? Mike?
Thank you very much. I give you guys a summary of some of the bigger items on there. If there's any additional questions, let me know and I can address them for you.
Any questions? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 15.2, Classified Personnel Report. Entertain a motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. Any questions of Mike? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved.
Before you move on with the classified report, with us today is, as we started this venture of our own police department, what you just approved is our Lieutenant of Police, Osvaldo Hernandez. So he'll be with us next month where we'll officially pin him and give him a uniform. We had to size him up first to get all that done. But Osvaldo, thank you so much for joining us, and we appreciate you.
Quick question. Osvaldo or Ozzy?
Well, my real name is Osvaldo.
Yes.
Yeah, but I go by Ozzy, Oz.
Okay.
So whatever you like.
No, well, that's
Thank you.
what you want to be called.
Yes, sir. Ozzy. Ozzy. I'm good with Ozzy.
All right, thanks, Lieutenant. Okay, 16.1, Suspended Expulsion.
So moved. Second.
Discussion. Any questions of Dr. Yee? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. 16.2,
So moved.
Second.
any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. 16.3,
So moved.
Second.
any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. 16.4,
So moved.
Second.
any discussion? If not, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. 16.5,
So moved.
Second.
any discussion? If not, I got lost.
All in
All in
favor?
favor?
All in favor?
Just going through.
You're going somewhere else.
Yeah, I know, I'm trying to check them all. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. And 16.6, rejection. We have a motion, a second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So moved. We have information items, 17.1, conference requests. Nobody has any questions? 17.2, educational study trip request. 17.3, Williams Settlement Annual Report. And 17.4, Williams Settlement First Quarterly Report.
Just like to state that I was really impressed that you'll always find something, because they'll find a light bulb that's out or something. I mean, that's going to happen. But how quickly the things were taken care of and resolved, so that's nice to know.
Yeah. Okay, staff reports. Start out with the Business Services Division. Shantae?
Hi, good evening. I really have nothing in addition to report tonight. I just want to wish everyone a happy winter break, happy holidays, and I look forward to seeing you all next year.
Thank you. Okay, Educational Services, Dr. Yee.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. First of all, I'd like to welcome Mr. Larson. Thank you so much for being a part of our district, and we know that you're going to do some great things to really support our students, our families, and our community. Also, Hubert, we're going to miss you. I know this is your last board meeting. It's bittersweet, but thank you for your service here, for your role as a student board member, and thank you for getting straight A's, because we checked his grades, so he's got straight A's for this semester, and I know that was a lot of hard work, so thank you for pulling up that.
Yeah, you
that grade. And also just a note of gratitude, our California dashboard was released in mid-November, and if you look at the 4 indicators, there isn't one that we didn't make improvements on. And it really takes a collaborative effort between, our teachers and our classified associations and our district staff and the board to really, come together and really focus on our students and their well-being and their learning. And as you can tell by our data, we are doing great things and we're moving in such great direction. So I just wanted to extend my gratitude to everyone for their work, my beautiful directors and things like that. Thank you for everything that you guys do. So I'm just filled with gratitude this evening for that work, and I wish everyone a happy holiday and stay safe. And Ozzy, welcome to our team.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Human Resources, Michael.
I too would like to just welcome Mr. Larson to the board and look forward to working with you. I would like to also take a moment to thank both CSEA and VVTA for all of their work and collaboration for this year. It's been a great year so far, and I know we still have lots to work on, but it's been really great to be able to work and solve problems together. I'd like to congratulate our 2 SAF winning teams. I know they're not here, but congratulate them. I'd like to wish all of our certificated classified managers a much-needed restful winter break. I hope that our students, families, and community members also get a chance to reset and have a great new year. And then lastly, I just want to thank the HR team for making things happen and supporting our site. So other than that, just hope everybody has a great break and reset, and see you all next year.
Okay. Legislation, Mr. Coles.
Well, we're just waiting to see if we're going to have a Department of Education, waiting to see what's going to happen with a lot of different pieces. But you know what? There's still a lot kind of playing out right now, but no matter what kind of plays out, and that it's not going to distract us from what's playing out with our students and the most important work that we do. And so, nothing to report officially right now, just a lot of speculation, and we'll see in the next coming months, as the lawmakers get back from break and start putting some new agenda items together, and we're in that fight with them as well. So,
All right, thank you. Board member comments. Mr. Larson, we'll start with you.
I appreciate that, thank you. First, I want to thank everybody that put their trust in me and voted for me. Quite candidly, I didn't get a chance to campaign because I ended up in the hospital and sick. So when I saw the results, I was shocked. But it means some people remember me and hopefully appreciate what I did before. I look forward to working with the unions and working with all the staff and all the students. The priority is the students and getting them prepared for their futures, because without you guys, we don't have a future. I really appreciate the choir. I'm looking forward to hopefully being invited to a concert. If it was that amazing with just a few of them, it's got to be really something with all of them. And the volleyball team and the football team, absolutely amazing accomplishments. It's really great. I didn't play sports, believe it or not. I was considered too small in high school. So to see them accomplish what they did is really wonderful. And the student advisory committee, are they still here?
No, they left.
They had some really great comments and some really great questions. They're probative, they're thoughtful, and it makes us think, what are we doing and how are we doing? I want to thank the staff for the information that we got from you via email to take care of a lot of the little questions that we would have had. That's really appreciated. And what I find fun is I read budgets. Don't ask me why I think it's fun. I think it's, most people think I'm mental. But your pre-education was right on spot, the budget's right on spot. And I really appreciate the efforts go into that. I'm familiar with what it takes to do a budget, and I wouldn't want to do one your size. And thank you very much to you and your staff.
All right, thanks. Mr. Crosby.
Couple things really quickly. I agree with the UP Madrigal. When I was a teacher, I used to take my Spanish classes around and we'd sing to the various classes in Spanish. And I can honestly say that we never sounded that good. But we were loud, and we lacked in talent. We made up for volume. So, but that was so beautiful. I was just mesmerized. It was just beautiful, and I agree. She said they had 35 of them. I would love to hear all 35 of them. Wow. To the Victor Valley High School girls volleyball, and to both teams. Last year, they won no games, and this year they're CIF champions. To the volleyball team, as Miss Lillard said, she sat there and she goes, "Oh, Mr. Crosby, you know, it's nice to see ex-students come back and perform," and I taught her daddy, and just I think the world of the family. So what a turnaround! But congratulations to Coach Lillard and to all that the volleyball players for a wonderful job. Also, Silverado High School football team turned that around. Same thing, 0-10. I guess 0-14 year column, but you only play 10 games in a season. But 0-10 one year, and then turn around to CIF champions the next. What a fantastic thing, Coach Jones and his crew. How wonderful that is for them. I want to congratulate them. The Student Advisory Committee. One thing I liked about the young lady that was talking there is she kept asking questions. And I love it, and that's what we try to do. We don't have all the answers. I don't know of anybody who does, but if you keep asking questions, you get more and more answers. And I just hope the students keep asking questions. I hope that we keep asking questions, because that's, they're setting and following good examples by doing that. Hubert, thank you for your time on the board. We have enjoyed your time here, and congratulations on getting straight A's. I want you to know one semester I got straight A's. It was summer school. I took one class. It was PE, but I got straight A's that semester. It was the only semester I got close, but anyhow, congratulations. So we have a little bit in common. So
Yeah,
okay,
just a little bit.
A little bit. But congratulations, and thank you for all that you've done to help us out and all, and just being here and helping us with all the stuff we do. Appreciate that. To each one of the cabinet members, thank you for everything you do. It means so much to us for your professionalism and all that you do, and you make our jobs much easier because you guys work so hard. To the unions, thank you. Tanya, you're still here? Okay. Thank you guys for all you do. We really appreciate it. And it's something I'm very proud of, that we're working well together. I foresee times getting tougher, and I hope we continue to work well through the tough times as well as the good times. So thank you for all that you do. And to our superintendent, I guess we voted Jen as clerk again, so that means you get a salary. So
Secretary.
So that's a good thing. So, but thank you.
My wife appreciates it.
Yeah.
She's on to food and shelter, so I'm just.
You'll get just as much as we do.
Yeah, but thank you very much. You are an outstanding superintendent, and I know that Heather keeps you in line, and she's the real brains behind it all. But so thank you both for the things that you. And the last thing to the board or next last thing to board members, thank you to each one of you for bringing Rosie and me on and helping us out through our initial thing. And like I told Rosie, we're no longer the youngsters, because you're the youngster now, Ken. So we're appreciative of that, but we really do appreciate that. And most importantly, last, I'm going to end with thank you to my wife for all she does to support me, because I made her come back from Hawaii so I could be to this board meeting, and I just hope she forgives me. Love you, baby. Thanks for everything.
I don't think I would. So you go to that board meeting by yourself. Ms. Edmondson.
I want to thank all the students that came. The music was wonderful to hear. And all the student athletes, that was wonderful. On that note, I'd also like to congratulate our superintendent, who just finished a triathlete, over 70 miles combined of swimming, biking, and running. So we have another athlete in our midst. So congratulations. You set a goal and you reached it. I know Fran has left, but I'd like to extend to him a happy birthday, which is on Saturday. And Tanya, congratulations for your nuptials. Very nice. And wish everyone a happy and healthy holiday. A quick question for Heather Conkle. Thank you for this, because I was interested to see the vending machine.
Yes.
However, on this date, I signed up for an ethics training in Apple Valley. So could I come by next time I come by, can I use the coins?
Anytime after that date, you can come by. It's a permanent vending machine, and you're welcome to use your token anytime.
And is it possible that you would take donations of books? Because I have thousands.
We'll show you the specs because it's kind of specific to the size and all
Okay.
of that. But we can talk about that when you come pick your book.
And if it's the wrong size, I can donate it to the library.
Absolutely. Or we also have a little library up front that's
A lending?
take one, leave one
Perfect.
situation, which would be great for that as well.
All right. Well, everyone have a wonderful and holiday. Hope if you travel, you're traveling safely, and that you enjoy your time with your friends and family. Thank you for being here.
Thank you,
Oh,
Penny.
and Hubert, we will miss you. Thank you for always being cheerful and fun to sit by. I've really enjoyed it.
All right, with that, Hubert, your turn.
No, it's your turn, Miss.
No, I'd save myself for last.
Save the best for last. I guess I'll let you speak last, Mrs. Donovan.
All right, thanks.
You know, I just want to thank the board for being here throughout my time here. Mr. Ken, thank you for joining the board. You weren't able to see me, but it's all right. But yeah, I want to thank the board. Thank everyone that come. Thank my mom, grandpa in the back.
right.
For coming out. But yeah, it's just it's been a great time here. I appreciate everything that that you guys have done for us and our community. I really had to take a step back, and I didn't realize like how much you guys have done. And being here gives me like some insight of like what you guys really do. But yeah, other than that, I wish you guys a Merry Christmas and hopefully a Happy New Year coming up. But yeah, that's it for me. Thank you.
Thanks, Hubert.
So before you go, Hubert, why don't you come join me up here?
Oh.
Come on. Hubert, thank you for being a part of the board, mostly for putting up with me. You were sandwiched between you and Heather, and I know what that takes. So I really appreciate what you bring to the board and the learning that it was reciprocal, the learning that you got and the learning that we have. And so I just want to say thank you. And so on behalf of the board, I'd like to present you with the certificate of appreciation and the district's challenge coin. To say thank you for everything that you have contributed to this board for this semester. And I know you're going to go and do some great things out there.
Mhm.
So really proud of you. And I hope you have a great sense of pride of what you're accomplishing. So awesome. Thank you.
Come on up and take the picture up here. Oh, I meant the mother.
Yeah, we'll take a...
Take a
Grandpa,
picture.
come on.
Come on.
Come on. I'll take one with your camera. There you go. All right, here we go.
You okay? You're okay.
There you go. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2, 3. And one from mom. There you go. 1, 2, and oh, wait, 1, 2, and 3. All right, there you go. Thank
Okay. Well, first, I'd like to thank you all for hanging around, being here to the end. Thank you for being here. I want to welcome our new lieutenant. Look forward to working with you, and we're just glad to have you. Yeah, we're just so anxious to get our department going, and this is another step in that direction. So thank you for being here. I want to thank our Student Advisory Committee members for being here and their report. Penny and I were able to attend the meeting Wednesday, and you can bet those students, they tell us exactly what's going on in the schools and what's going right and what's going wrong. And I know that Mr. Coles and Dr. Yee took a lot of notes, and so did the students. And next month, they'll want to know, have a progress report. What did you do about it? So thank you for them for their presentation. I want to thank Tanya and her CSEA Sunshine Committee for their holiday appreciation luncheons for our amazing district classified employees. I was able to attend some of those lunches, and it gave me an opportunity to thank those folks personally for what they do. And after the third day, the pizza was it got a little, but it was good company. It was good company. I couldn't have another slice of pizza. But no, they really did a great job of recognizing our classified employees and the job that they do. So thank you for that. I want to congratulate Mrs. Purcell and her staff at Atlanta High School on the grand opening of their Saints Fades Barber Shop. The shop is fantastic. The students were all excited. You have to go in there to really appreciate what it is. And Mr. Coles was the first customer, and the barber did a great job on him. Didn't slice him one time. No, even with that straight edge razor.
Kept both my ears.
He was pretty good with that. And so congratulations. And what an opportunity for our students to be able to have that opportunity, and so that when they graduate, they can go on and be a barber if they want. It's just awesome. I want to congratulate again Mrs. Purcell and the Family Engagement Liaison, Rosaline Pineda, and her staff at Atlanta High School. They had a family engagement luncheon held for the parents just before Thanksgiving. The luncheon was very well attended, and I'm always amazed at the number of parents that get involved, and that's really says a lot for our staff. There was a lot of parents there. They enjoyed a great lunch, and it was nice talking to them and telling them how important it is for them to get involved with their students and their kids, because that's where it starts with the parents. We can have all the great programs in the world, but if the parents don't push our students to take advantage of them, they don't do anybody any good. So it's always great to see the parents out there. I want to thank Mrs. Conkle, ASB and Leadership Director Stephanie Landis, and the staff at Silverado High School. They had a presentation on Hawks Got Talent Variety Talent Show. I was not only able to attend, but myself and my wife got chosen to be judges, along with 3 other folks, and that was very interesting. They have some outstanding talent there. There were 23 performances, and boy, they all did a great job. It was tough choosing winners. To show you just how hip I am, they had a program, and there was a young man named, and his performance was going to be Yo-Yo. So I thought, well, he's probably going to sing a rapper song by some guy named Yo-Yo. Well, no. Well, he come out, he's got a yo-yo. Wow, I hadn't seen a yo-yo since the 50s. But I really thought he was going to be doing a rapper song, but no, he just come out with a yo-yo, and he did all these tricks, and it was awesome. He was just super. I remember when I had my first yo-yo and I tried the round the world trip, and bam, hit me in the forehead. And that was the last of my yo-yo. I put it away, never to be seen again. But they had some amazing class acts there. They were just super. Congratulations again to Mrs. Conkle and our Silverado Hawks football coaches and all of our football team. They were recognized at the Victorial Council meeting the other night. The students, there wasn't as many as there were here, but the students that were there, it's amazing. They were just so well behaved, and it just made you proud to see our students like that. And it was they were so excited, and when they got the Silverado sign, and then the backside said Hawks Day, and it had the date that they won the championship. What an awesome thing. I mean, to start 0-3 and then come back and win that championship. They did great. Also congratulate our Victor Valley High School girls volleyball team on their accomplishment. We just couldn't be any prouder of our athletes as well as our students. I want to thank young Hubert over here and wish him well on your future endeavors. Thanks for being a part of our board, and good luck to you. And I know you're going to make us proud.
Yes, sir.
I want to congratulate Mr. Larson on his election and look forward to working with you, at least for the next 2 years for me, and then we'll see what happens then. But congratulations. There's so many other things. Jeez. I went down to the warehouse the other day, and I talked to Frank there, he's manager, and he showed me the remodeling that they did down there. My gosh, you would have thought some pros did that, but it's our own guys that did that. I mean, that's amazing. I walked through there, and I couldn't believe that was the same place that I'd been through 6 months ago. So thank you guys. It was just awesome. I can't wait to see what our new boardroom will look like when they get done with it. With that, thank you all again for attending, and as you prepare to celebrate your Christmas holiday with family and friends, if you're traveling, be safe. Enjoy your time off. Merry Christmas, and I hope this coming year is the best one ever for all of us, as well as our district. Thank you. With that, Superintendent Coles.
Well, it's well said by everybody, and that's the difficulty of going last, is you just start checking off all your notes. But first, just like to welcome Mr. Larson and your entire family, as we know that these jobs aren't just individual jobs, as you heard in coming back from Hawaii, and the impact that it takes away from our family and friends and the dedication in service to others. So, thank you. And everybody who's still here fully understands the dedication that each and every one of us have that's really in service to others, and the time away that it does take from our own family and loved ones. And, as we get into, as you listen to things and you sit as a superintendent, and I know I've said it time and time again, I just feel like I have to keep saying it right now as we close this year and we get into another. And I just think it's a great opportunity for us to just reflect. It's a time to, John, just be silent. It's a time to, just be still for a little bit and find that gratitude that in our busy lives sometimes, can fly by us. And I am really grateful to be the superintendent of this district. There are reasons to see packed boardrooms, and there's a lot of reasons to have packed boardrooms, and many of them, they're not good. We had a packed boardroom because we're a district of champions. We're a district that focuses on arts. We're a district that has transparent relationships. We're not a perfect district, but we're a district that will continue to thrive in many ways because we work together. And we're going to go through the good times, we're going to go through the bad times, just like any relationship. And I really feel as our district, we are heading in the right direction, and it really is in support of the 12,500 kids that count on us every day. They're counting on us every day. We've chose our jobs. We've chosen our purpose, what we wanted to do in our lives, and now we're preparing them. And there's no greater honor than that as we really stop, reflect, as we're going to approach. We're going to hit the ground running when we come back. But I think starting tomorrow, it is really a time for all of us just to be still, to be quiet, and just to have that opportunity to just reflect. And I wish everybody a great holiday season. And again, I am really, really honored to sit in this seat and to be in service to all of you. So thank you.
Thank you. Before I go into the next section, I left out one person I wanted to thank, and that's my wife. When I got elected a couple of years ago, I've always had her support, and I like to get involved. I like to get in and do things. And she could very well tell me, well, you chose this. It's your job. You go do it. But she tags along with me when she can, and she's a big support, and I appreciate that. And for that, I thank you very much.
I don't know if you could see it, but she just blew you a kiss.
Oh, I thought that was the chief. Okay, with that,
If it's unwelcome, we have a whole department to take care of.
okay, with that, any reason to return to closed session?
There's not.
If not, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second? No discussion, I'm sure. So moved. Thank you all again for coming.
I will see you. I'll see you. Yeah, but you know what? Brian, for being here.
You come from miles away.
Yeah. Time together.
Really, the red is
It is.
I know, we all do.
I have another one that's, I don't understand which one of the other ones. I have another one. Yeah, it is. It's just.
I think it's a little different.
Brian, I won't be able to make it. I'm going to be on a Disney cruise with my grandkids. But I will send you something in January. I'll just pop in some, I'll give you a call. Yeah.
Oh, it doesn't.
My mother-in-law, she's 94.
Hey, how's it going? That's fine. Yeah, you know what? I'll just, the county knows our meeting was tonight. I'll just let them know that when he returns, we'll send it in. I've already sent them this.
That's the only way she'll go get vacation anymore. So she's made up her mind that very few things she'll travel for. Yeah, she's the boss. I'll send you a note. I'll be you're right. I signed it. This is great. Cool. I'll send you a note. Oh, yeah, you're right. Oh, sorry.
Look, I got too much. What's going on? Let me backpack.
Oh, of course he did.
He just couldn't be bested because you took her, Lisa.
Lisa?
There we go. There we go. Now.
So you guys are going to, we're going to take the whole family, grandkids, my kids' grandkids. Well, that's right, yeah. We're going to go find a great Christmas. Merry Christmas to you. Be safe going home. I will. Thank you. Great. Here, let me see that backpack on you.
Right. Good night, guys.
I'll be around.
Lucy, have a good holiday. Lucy?
Yes.
Have a good holiday. And I'll see you soon. Okay, you too.
Time to talk to the lead.
I will.
He was at CSTC, so I saw him over there, and he had mentioned.
Do you have plans?
Sure.
Thank you. Enjoy your holidays.
Is
Me too.
the V-
Sir,
Merry Christmas to you.
It's sitting over there. I'm gonna grab one.
Okay, all right. And I didn't know Ozzy was going to be here. I would have gotten one, so I owe you one. Okay, good. Don't tell your wife that you should.
Dạ muốn cầm cái này. Okay.
Yes, nice to meet you.
That's where it started. We're about 76 pounds. And we're shutting down
This is one of my two big things, so I'm excited about this. Getting rid of central enrollment, starting the police department, so I'm excited.
one done, and we're
Halfway to the other one, so that's right.
Nice meeting you, sir. Again, congratulations. Yes. We'll talk soon.
Yep.
Are you like, I've been looking into like intermittent fasting and stuff or any of that, or just did you pay attention to when?
It's straight up calories. My heart doctor told me that.
I'm already doing the water, so I just had to get on that.
Thank you for letting us have him on the board. He did a fantastic job. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for supporting him. He's wonderful. We love him.
You lose muscle mass.
Yes.
In my case, I'm not allowed to exercise.
Okay.
So, in another month, maybe 2,000
Yeah. Yeah, I'll look into it, 'cause we do like, actually, my son's a CrossFit coach, and we do workout with him, but yeah, I just need to, you know, it's not the gym, I have that part down, but it's the eating part. Yeah, that's as we get older. Well, it was good seeing you. I'll see you around. I'll see you at our graduation if you can make it.
If I can, I will be.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, good night. I'm coming to you.
He made you come back from Hawaii?
They did. Oh, no, time to good night.
She may forgive me, she may not forgive me. We got back this morning.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's
He'll pay for it in the
yeah, I need dragging back there. I've
Yeah,
been
get
working there.
a kubara. No, get a kubara.
And my daughter and her husband were there too with us.
Okay.
And so they're staying. They're gonna, I guess they're going home to Maryland for Christmas and then going back. He doesn't want to go back for a while, so.
Excuse me, I have to use the restroom really quick.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
I was waiting for the break tonight. I was waiting for it.
Merry Christmas.
Be
careful,
Good night.
Take care.
Good night.
Hope you get some good time off. And
Yes.
you're gonna send back to Hawaii?
Is this
My choice, I would.
Okay.
But he doesn't.
Oh, okay, well,
to.
thanks.
I might get him to go the end of January or February. I have to figure out when the board meetings are now.
Okay.
He said he can't miss any more than two.
Okay.
He learned some things at CSBA.
Yeah.
So I'm like, well, I don't know about this board thing then.
You may have to resign.
It's gonna
honey.
interfere with our retirement life.
You may have to resign, honey.
No, but I definitely hope that my wife heard what Rosie said about you supporting him, because I'm not sure right now she
Lisa supports you. What are you
she does.
talking about?
But trust me, when we got back this morning about 12:30 this
Yeah.
morning,
Okay.
and I'm not so sure at that moment she was supporting me.
Why would you if you have to leave Hawaii for God's sakes?
Here's my promise to both of you. I'm gonna continue, and we're gonna continue to make it super easy. All our boards that listen, we're gonna take care of all the big issues, so we don't pack a boardroom for the wrong reasons.
That's right. That sounds good to me.
No, I've been on a board that packed the boardroom for the wrong reason. You don't want to do
Those are
that.
no fun. Those are no fun. Oh, you ready to go home, babe? Okay.
All right.
Heather, let me take some pasta and some sauce home, so I'll cook dinner for you tomorrow.
I get dinner tonight. Thank you, Heather. Have a wonderful Christmas.
You're gonna need 6
Thanks
hours
for
to get
everything.
out.
Appreciate it. I just have to remember. Merry Christmas to you. Merry Christmas,
Yep.
boss.
Merry
I
Christmas.
just wanted to tell you
Yep.
again, Merry Christmas.
Yep,
Welcome
absolutely.
and it
Guys,
was a pleasure to meet you.
Time with the kids and the grandbabies and be a.
Yeah, I wish. This is a good time to be in Hawaii.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you.
None of our kids are gonna be with us.
We'll see you in January.
Oh, okay.
So,
Very
Merry
nice. And it's nice to see you.
Yeah. I love your earrings.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
I got a little pin that goes with it.